Hello, everybody. Alo, Akmaljon, eshityapsizmi?
Assalomu alaykum Asqar aka. Yaxshimisiz?
Ilhomjon, qalay, yaxshi dam oldinglarmi?
Rahmat, tinchmisiz?
Bugun host kim bo'ladi? Administrator. Bittalar bo'lib turinglar, har xil problemalar chiqib qoladi-da. Вдруг там достуp kerak bo'lib qoladi. O'zingiz bo'lasizmi, Ilhomjon?
Da, men o'zim bo'laman, lekin iloji bo'lsa bittani qilib bo'lsangiz yaxshi bo'ladi.
Da. Yo, kompyuter ikkitada, bittasi kecha nimadir звук ваш отключен deb qoldi. Hayronman, qattan bo'ldi. Hech bunaqa bo'lmasdi. Har ehtimolga qarshi anaqa chat qarab turasizlar-da, iltimos yana dostуп berib yuboringlar deb qo'ysak, mabodo.
Хорошо, xo'p.
Yaxshi bo'ladi-yu.
Xo'p.
Shahodat, ты на месте?
Telefon amallab bordim, translyatsiyani qo'ymasizlar.
Gap yo'q, Akmal вообще.
Facebookga ham qo'ya olasizmi, Akmal? Akmal Facebookga ham qo'ya olasizmi, telefonga?
Hozir men o'zim qilaman. Qayta sajat qilaman.
Aha.
Ya Facebookga qilolmayman, lekin Facebook akkauntim yo'q aka.
Ana irrigatsiyaning kanali bor-ku, o'shanga qo'ying, TXMga.
Yo, men Facebookda yo'qman o'zi.
Mana xolos.
Mana men YouTube'ga qo'ydim.
Aha.
Mana sizni Asqar Jo'rayev sarginizator. Xo'da sarginizator, Ilhom aka tarjimonlar tayinlab olsangiz bo'ldi. Hammasi joyida.
Хорошо, xo'p. Rahmat.
YouTube'ga o'shanda silsini nimaga bossangiz bo'ldi nimaga? YouTube'ga.
Nima deysiz?
Facebook. Hozir YouTube'dagi nimani linkni
Facebookga tashlab qo'yaman. Tushundim, rahmat.
Qolgani zapisa ketaveradi.
Tushunarli.
Siz bitta shu nima tarjimonlarni tayinlab bersangiz bo'ldi.
Bo'ldi.
O'zbekcha ruschaga o'zgartirish.
Bo'ldi.
Assalomu alaykum. Ilhom aka eshitilyaptimi?
Va alaykum assalom. Assalomu alaykum. Bekat aka yaxshimisiz? Sog'liq yaxshimi?
Linkilar shuni kafedra dadaxonaga tashlab yuboring, kafedra mudirlariga jo'nataveradi.
Nimani?
Tashladi kafedra mudirlarimga. Linkilar kechagi emasda, bugun yangi link berdingiz.
Ya, o'sha kechagi bilan kirsa bo'ladi.
Yo'q, kirmadi-da menda. Shunga yangi linkingizni yana registratsiya qilib qayta kirdim-da.
Yo'q.
Da, shuning uchun aytyapman. Bu tashlab yuboring, dadaxonaga kafedra mudirlariga tashlasin.
Yaxshi, xo'p. Xo'p.
Xo'p, rahmat.
Xo'p, rahmat.
Ilhom aka tarjimonlar joyida, men hozir bitta nimani qilay, men buni. Demak, demonstratsiyani qo'shib qo'yay. Ha, hozir. Demonstratsiya qilaman. 425. 426. Ilhom aka hammasi joyida, men chiqdim.
Yaxshi, rahmat.
Xo'p.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Before starting, let me ask a technical question from Ilham Abdurrahmanov. Should we wait still some time for more people? Because just 14 of us available at this time. What do you think? Okay, I agree with Sabine. Let's give some time for the participants to join us. Let's give the participants 5 more minutes to gather together. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the Europeans, good morning. It is my pleasure to host the next session of the conference. In the 3 days conference, we have started the last but not least day, the third day, which starts already a very interesting session. It is rather about the education. Session 6 is titled Professional and Further Education in the Field of Geoinformatics. Originally, it should be hosted by Professor Andrea Pölger, but due to other obligations, I have been appointed to take this task. So let's start already. The session starts with a keynote speech titled Educating Professionals. The keynote speech is held by Professor Béla Márkus, originally from University of West Hungary. So let me give you the floor. Béla, you can start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Laurent, and thanks for inviting me to give this speech. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Our faculty has more than 25 years of experiences educating professionals using distance education or e-learning. In the last 2 decades, usually we have been working together with University of Salzburg and also in the frame of international network called UniGIS. I think a few words to explain the title. Professionals are people who completed studies somewhere in a school or university and now have job somewhere which needs specific knowledge, skills, and competencies. Why the education is important for these professionals and why the training is not enough. So in my presentation, I would like to answer these questions. My aim is to share some ideas which were usefully applied in different professional development projects. This is the first part of my presentation. And that is quite general. And the second part is dealing a bit more deeply on the exploitation of GINGIS key results. About the GINGIS project, Laurent, as the international project coordinator, will give much more details. As you can see from this slide, there have been rapid technological changes in the last 50 years because of the developments of computer sciences and digitalization and the new digital technologies. The changes, these technological changes, are not need courses, technical courses, trainings, but they resulted conceptual changes. One of these, moving from points to clouds, this is a conceptual change, and this creates not only needs for training just enough, just in time, just for you, but also require advanced education to deal with the challenges in an innovative way. The other important conceptual change in modeling the world, moving from layer-based approach to 3D modeling. As you see in the bottom part of the slide, there is a presidential decree in Uzbekistan from late 2018 about the introduction of building information modeling in Uzbekistan. From the middle of 2019, the usage of BIM technology for all participants of construction process, construction industry are obligatory. And BIM needs for educating professionals very much. We have changes in society. The economy of information society is based on the creation, dissemination, exploitation of data, information, and knowledge. The extended use of the potential offered by information communication technologies. In the next slides, I will use simply ICT. Created new service markets will speed up administrative and decision-making procedures. This will be one of the dominant features of the next decades and will play a fundamental role in generating a recovery in growth and increase in employment. The job market in general will become more dynamic, complex, and heterogeneous. The technological changes and conceptual changes resulted changes in education. Investing in people is the most effective way to grow quickly for an organization. And universities can play an important role in meeting continuing professional development needs, simple CPD needs. Close collaboration between universities and industry is important to manage these needs. Daily tasks evolving faster than universities can produce qualified experts. Many employers apply constant on-the-job training to remain competitive. E-learning programs help staff members to obtain new skills and critical improvements quickly and efficiently. Mobile technology supports e-learning initiatives. It allows students to access the curriculum from anywhere and at any time. This slide is about levels of professional education. CPD is common for all the employees, regardless of their grades. At the senior level, a broad vision of understanding is required, but on a more practical level, the staff of the organization needs to understand the whole system, but have much more detailed and specific skills in the area of work that need to be developed. I think everybody knows Albert Einstein from the studies of secondary schools, and you remember the saying of Albert Einstein, which is, education is what remains after one has forgotten everything he or she learned in school. So that school education is only the starting phase. We have study plans, expected competencies, learning materials as a body of knowledge we usually used in the last decade. But after graduating, the learners will start their real life, apply the knowledge, and have experiences. They will have real experiences after the completion of the school studies, and knowledge is generated in their mind. It's called tacit knowledge, and the tacit knowledge is transformed to explicit knowledge. Some books, protocols, regulations, technical reports, and so on. It's very important to manage the knowledge of tacit and explicit knowledge developed within the company's industry. The first keynote was given by Professor Strobel, no, it was the second, sorry, about the geospatial information infrastructure. We received quite interesting examples of how to use the global data infrastructure. I think you know the Akov's pyramid, which is data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. So I like to highlight this knowledge infrastructure based on the previous two, data and information infrastructure. And in the delivery, we should deliver this knowledge for our learners, and that is learning infrastructure. We should develop learning infrastructure for professionals, continuing professional development, which is easy and fast to develop and in a low cost, allow high interactivity with quick response time, require short time slots for learners without leaving their workplace. So that is not usually not a 90 or 45 minutes video or presentation, but much more few minutes, 10-15 minutes long learning unit to complete, and which increasing effectiveness of the participants. The strategy in CPD can be from training culture to learning culture. Usually the companies, the industry is building training culture. They build their own trainings or ask universities or companies to give specific trainings for their staff. But in the future, and because of the technological changes and cultural changes, they should move from training culture to learning culture, from instructor-centered to learner-centered approach, as you see on this slide. The impacts of CPD on organizations. Organizations obtain the rewards of providing continuing education for employees because of well-trained staff help to increase productivity. Investing in staff development will improve customer satisfaction, that increase adaptability and creativity in the implementation of innovations, new project ideas. The CPD actions should support both soft skills and hard skills, and the This should be balanced and will be improve the capacities of the participants. As a result, job satisfaction generally increases when employees better understand the business processes. The CPD also enhances the morale on the job and loyalty to the organization. But of course, the CPD has impacts on the people participating on the CPD actions. They acquire new skills, increasing their contribution to the business processes, which improves their self-confidence. The courses can open for them new positions within the organization or maybe another organization which has better prospects and better income. They are prepared to do new and different tasks, which keeps them morale. That was the first part of my presentation. And the second part is dealing with exploitation of Chinggis key results. As I mentioned, Laurent will define the details about the results. I like only to give some ideas how to use within the project life, which is middle of April, or beyond the project. Very important, the stakeholders. So we should define clearly the stakeholders of the Chinggis results. These are PhD students, PhD schools, universities in the consortium, or other partner institutions, research or educational institutions. Also surveying and GI companies, private surveyors. I think that is will be very important in the future in Uzbekistan. And end users from archaeology to agriculture to forestry, and from all spatial decision making or decision support institutions. And I think that's very important to know that there is a gap still between the society and the GI scientists and technologists, the GI industry. It's very important that awareness building events and awareness building programs. After we define the stakeholders, the needs analysis is very important as a gap analysis tool to determine the needs for education and training, find out what are the main trends and driving forces within the country, internationally, or in our professional area. Define the expected skills and competencies, evaluate existing programs. As we heard from the Chamber of Cadastre, they have a PhD program with 40 plus PhD students. I think very important to know and cooperate with the existing programs and use their resources if possible. Assess the available learning infrastructure, describe the problems and what gaps exist, and discover information about logistical concerns and constraints. Another important issue, the harmonization of course developments. Usually the course developers are working independently from other course developers. In the first column, you see the competencies coming from the needs analysis. And the developer should find which skills or competencies will be supported by their courses. And indicating in the boxes in this matrix, we can find the potential overlaps or the gaps between the courses. So the competency matrix helps very much the harmonization of course development. And this is like an temperature of the cap of the Greek temple, so that helps to strengthen the column. Network education. Working in networks, in my experiences, are very important. And in the future of Genghis, not only work together with universities, but also other institutions and industrial partners. So many ministries, we could see on the first day, are very interested, and they use GI technologies. So find these industrial partners and involve them into the education. There are three basic types of nodes: gateway, learning center, and point of learning. The gateway is an active knowledge engine, and learning center is a knowledge transmitter, a course provider, and point of learning, the learners themselves, they access the knowledge. This slide is coming from, I think, 15 years ago. University of Salzburg had a project called Node, and our faculty developed the gateway concepts. And very often the developers, course delivery institutions dealing with the portal functions. But very important to deal with marketing functions, management functions, building knowledge resources, and from this is we can say this is the knowledge base, and from the knowledge base we can select the necessary courses and build a training or educational course. And administration also a very important function within the system. So if Genghis will work on CPD actions, the participants should take into account the additional aspects. Cone of learning, Edgar Dale in the 90s of last century built this pyramid, and on the right side you see after 2 weeks the learners will remember 2% what they read, and maybe 90% of what they do. The figures are not correct, only giving some guidance. But very important to know the passive learning and active learning type and modes. And we can mix within the CPD these modalities. I go back again to this pyramid. and would like to highlight again that knowledge is created first of all in the mind of the people. Very important to share what in their mind, and also they're very important to digitize this knowledge into digitally available form. There will be a joint research center in the consortium, the Genghis consortium, and we built within the project a business model for the joint research center based on the balanced scorecard methodology. This methodology takes into account not only the financial perspectives within the business model, but also the customer stakeholders perspective, process perspective, learning and growth perspective. So if we go from down to the top, very important to build the internal capacity, extend partnership. For example, I highlighted that. Very important in the business processes to develop logistics. We have quite many equipment purchased within the project, and to use jointly these devices, computers, other technological elements, that's very important to have a good logistical structure. Offer knowledge, research and development services, and that will result in increased revenue from all partners, all consortium partners. Also important to mention assess needs and manage quality. From the model, we derived key performance indicators, which defines some expected values, deadlines, and also responsibilities. I have no time to go through on the indicators. I would like to highlight again this video conference system, which can support tacit knowledge transfer between the consortium partners and potentially between the extended network partners. And again, academic industry partnership. From the presentations in the first 2 days, I understood, maybe not very well, but I think the cooperation partnership is not the best within the academy and industry in this field. Conferences are very good tools to share the tacit knowledge. Conferences like this one, and I think Uzbek partners will continue the series of conferences, scientific and practical conferences, because your PhD students have very valuable results and share as soon as possible with the society, give the floor for them. So conclusions, planning any educational development, we need to look closely at the needs of the society, but also look to the future see the future trends and try to include in the educational activities. Curriculum must be based on the needs of stakeholders, and that defines the skills and competencies, and that is the first column of the competency matrix. So we should fulfill as many skills and competencies, develop these competencies as possible. Activities should target not only GI professionals, but also the potential end users. To think about people who doesn't know what GI technology means. In the rapidly changing context, the programs should be revised regularly, revised and updated. So there is a strong demand academic-industry cooperation, collaboration and international cooperation. So collaboration, use them actively in the learning material development. Legal notices: the contents of this presentation reflects my views only. This is not official view of Genghis Consortium and Genghis Partners, and not official view of the European Commission. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Thank you very much, Bela.
Ron, joydan kredit degan narsa olmaganmizanda.
Please unmute yourself. Okay.
Kimdir aytadi kreditga?
It is time for the question sections. Let me already express that the presentation was as substantial as a keynote speech should be, so congratulations, Bela. First question or comment has already been received from Professor Polat Reimov. He says that, dear Professor Markus, thank you for the deep and inspiring analysis of the geometric education sphere. You are opening new horizons for us in spatial science and wide-scale geoinformatics implementation. The question is coming now, Bela. What do you think about integration of the big data techniques into GIS courses? How fast should be reaction of the education system for the needs of local end users and emerging international research trends?
Thank you for the question. I have no time to deal with other conceptual changes. I selected only the from points to clouds and the BIM smart city, the origins of smart cities. I think big data technologies and other technologies should be taken into account and involve into our courses. Genghis prepared PhD program. You have very good PhD students and coming more and more students who can work in details, involve into their researches, the new techniques. And it results the tacit knowledge which should be presented somewhere, make it explicit, and after that you can use in Uzbekistan, and I hope we will continue cooperation so the international community can use this new knowledge. So thank you for the question. That's, I think, very important, and we should follow these changes in the industry and changes in the technology.
Thank you very much for
the second part of the question. The second question is how fast should be reaction. That is the needs analysis. So I mentioned this close contact within the consortium and also the industry. And you have these contacts, close contacts, you will realize what the needs, and you can react. Because of e-learning, because of our knowledge, more and more are digital. So the knowledge base, I think Laurent and Ilham Abdurrahmanov will talk about. The knowledge base is a growing, and I hope rapidly growing tool which can help the fast reactions. I think very important to react quickly because we have exponential changes in the industry and in the new technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bela, for the response. In the chat window, I have received no further question, but if you don't mind,
I have a question, Lauren.
Okay, Ilham.
Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Bela, for your interesting presentation. I would like to ask. So we know well that you so you are working not only in the educational projects related to Uzbekistan, also you worked in such projects related to industry. You know, somehow you know well how is the education in GIS in Uzbekistan, and also how is the cadastral system industry in Uzbekistan. So you mentioned that so it's not so strong, the integration between education and industry. So in this case, how you can see the exact ways to make strong this integration of education and industry in Uzbekistan in GIS, or what are the exact your recommendations which can give us to make this cooperation strongly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilham, for this question. I think very important. My talk was on educating professionals, and the cadastre is a basic element of the data infrastructure. In Uzbekistan, there were quite many international projects to develop a good cadastral system. And as far as I saw, in the last year, I spent few months in Uzbekistan. The specification of a new system, new cadastral system, and cadastral information system were detailed by international experts. I don't know what is the situation now, the implementation of these specifications, but there are quite many valuable experts within the cadastral agency. And I think to involve them into your courses, CPD courses in the future, and also the researches of your PhD students, that's very important. And in the implementation, that should be a standardized solution. The system, so the computer system is, I think, should be based on the technology of the cadastral agency. And the universities can support as an expert, can support with international ideas, and so work together. So what I recommend to the communication, have better communication between this key industrial partner, the cadastral agency, and the Genghis consortium, and the cooperation with them. I think the two PhD schools should cooperate. And when the new system is implemented, you should support the introduction of this new system into the staff of the cadastral offices. As far as I know, more than 8,000 staff members are working there, so quite a lot of people. And the committee of land cadastre was engaged with e-learning very much. So they wanted lifelong learning activities. So introduce this learning culture within the organization. So I would recommend communication, cooperation with them, and if you use the results of Genghis project only for this main stakeholder, that would give you a few years very good cooperation and the good stuff supporting cadastral information, land information for the community of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions and the answers. I think it was a really nice start for this session. Since it was a keynote speech, it had a different time frame, but for future presenters, let me tell that each presentation should take 15 minutes with having 5 minutes for question sessions. And now we go along this educational line to the next presentation. Will be held by Dr. Sabine Henning and Dr. Robert Vogler. It's titled GI School Project and Their Value and Transferability into Uzbekistan. I give you the floor, dear presenters.
All right, thank you, Florent. Let me just take 2 seconds to share my screen, which should be visible right now. Please tell me if it's not the case. All right, I just got the thumbs up. Hello, everybody. Also from our side, Sabine Hennig and me, Robert Vogler from Salzburg University. And in the next, let's say 15 minutes, as announced, we or I will talk about GI school projects and their potential value for the transferability to Uzbekistan. To set up the scene, and I don't want to use many words here because this is what Bela talked about in the last presentation, so we can keep this very short. I think spatial technologies and geospatial technologies in the 21st century, we all agree that these are key platforms technologically and structurally. And for example, online maps, location-based services, augmented reality, all these technologies based on location are omnipresent platforms in our societies in the 21st century with an increasing amount. And therefore, and this is also what Bela sketched on one or the other slide, there is also a need for a kind of spatial literacy in society. So not just geospatial experts and GIS experts, but also a broad spatial literacy on using these technologies on an everyday basis in the broader sense of society. When we talk about spatial literacy, what are these skills needed? And no worries, you don't have to read this in detail. By the way, this table is also listed in our paper, so you can read it there. And I don't want to go through all these points, but we identified different kind of categories of needed skills on a societal basis. First of all, digital skills in general. I think this is more than obvious. Handling digital media, digital technology, handling formal structures, get to know the new communication structures and platforms, and so on and so on. And on the other side, we have a broad range of geospatial representation handling skills, or if you say so, geomedia handling skills. And here we can distinguish between map reading skills, map making skills, and on a more advanced level, so to say, basic. Don't forget, we talk about society, not about the professionals. Basic GI and cartography skills related to the concepts and terms. For example, get to know the concept of a layer, for example. Okay, so there is a need in society for that. And the question is, how do we establish these skills in society? And from a first point of view, formal school education, of course, is key. This is more than obvious. And when we try to sum up the concepts and all the works done in the last, we can also say decades, there have been several approaches on exactly this issue, namely using geospatial technologies and geoinformation in formal education, so to say, in schools. There are different approaches, just to mention some, for example, science education approaches, which want to use geoinformation technologies to foster critical thinking, analytical thinking, data management, data handling, analysis, etc., etc. These are initiatives mainly arising from the US, but nowadays also in Europe, there are many initiatives to work in this kind of domain. Another category, and I mentioned here the example of spatial citizenship, but we can summarize all these approaches from the citizenship education domain, which understand geoinformation as a very powerful communication platform, especially in the 21st century, and therefore use geoinformation in school, in classes, in teaching to foster communication on a location-based manner. And then there's kind of a third approach, also an example here, the so-called spatially enabled learning. These approaches use geoinformation technology to foster learning in general, to communicate learning contents, for example. So to sum this up, there are many approaches over the last decades and have been developed. But school education, with regard to these needed spatial literacy skills in society, school education still lags behind its actual potential on geomedia usage because just there are some existing barriers. First of all, okay, teachers have to be aware and have to be firm with these kind of technologies. So there's a huge gap, and we can't change this from today to tomorrow. So this just takes time. Yeah. And there are some other kind of barriers on technological skills, infrastructure issues on schools, etc., etc. We will overcome these gaps, but this takes time. And the question is how to overcome this. And one promising mean is to conduct what we call GI school projects, which means that research or within research projects, GI professionals from university, for example, develop kind of an application together with the target group or with one important target group, in this case, school students. So actually this means a cooperation project over a period of time where researchers and school students work together on one product. And this can be a very powerful means to foster spatial literacy skills. Regarding this, we conducted a couple of projects over the last couple of years. And with this presentation, we want to give you a brief overview of 4 examples. First of all, the Youth Map project, then a small Fairtrade project, a project called the 4Bs, and one project called Citizen Morph. And those projects had some things in common. I will sum this up after a brief introduction into these projects. So the first one, the Youth Map 5020, took place a couple of years ago, where we wanted to implement a youth-centric digital map of the city of Salzburg. And for this, we worked together with several schools from Salzburg, and the students were actively involved in the whole development process, from gathering the user requirements, on collecting geodata towards the map application implementation with questions of design, etc. pp. The end product was this digital youth map of Salzburg, and the school students were directly involved in the whole process. Also to internships and interactive workshops and things like that. Another small project, this was kind of a spin-off of the Youth Map project, where we went to school for just 2 weeks, and one school class did a little project on fair trades in their own environment, so in their small town of Oberndorf, that's why it's called Fairtrade Oberndorf, where school students just went out and mapped their environment. And with our support, we created kind of a map application showing all the shops and all the stores in their environment, and categorized if they offer fair trade products or not. And the result was also, as before, a little map application. Another project was the 4Bs, and don't worry, this has nothing to do with little insects. So the 4B stands for, I have noted this because this is very complex, transnational holistic ecosystems for better energy efficiency through social innovation. Was a huge project. And one part of this project were awareness raising school workshops on energy consumption, where we just went into classroom, put them some sensors in there on energy consumption, on temperature measurement, CO2 measurement in the classroom, energy consumption measurement. And implemented this together with the students in kind of interactive dashboards to get access to the real-time data, and also visualize this also together with the students in story mapping applications. So also here again, school classes were directly involved in the development process and worked with us together. And one last project is the so-called Citizen Morph project, where Sabine was very, very active. I mean, Sabine was involved in the other projects as well, don't get me wrong. And this project aimed at developing a citizen science application on geomorphological landforms, where ordinary citizens can collect and observe landforms and report them in a database for research purposes, such as change detection and things like that. And in the process of the app development, also school classes were directly involved. So you see, the common denominator of all this project was that we directly worked together with school classes and students in developing kind of mapping applications. Here's just a quick overview over these projects, what applications we used. So most of them were directly based on ArcGIS Online or other applications within the ArcGIS Online ecosystem. And the target domains are summed up here. And as mentioned, the common denominator was working together with schools. So based on our experiences with these kind of projects over many, many years, we can sum up some general challenges. So it's not easy to realize such projects. First of all, to the fact to work together with young students. And with young students, we mean age 13 to 17. And there are some challenges one has to be aware of when realizing such projects. So, for example, that young people mostly, not always, but mostly are overconfident in their own computer and web abilities, that they, of course, have kind of reduced attention span and a long reaction time. This is completely different than working with professionals together, of course. They have low patience levels. They are judging quick. They have mostly a low willingness to read long user materials. So they just try out things, which is good, but also can be a problem. And there are kind of other challenges one just have to be aware during the preparation of such projects beforehand. And of course, and you don't have to read this as well, this is also published in our paper, there are additional efforts needed which have to be realized when conducting such kind of projects, mostly in 3 categories. So you have to be suitable equipped. You need the technology, you need the infrastructure, also in schools. And if not, you have to kind of deal with that and prepare something else to work with this. You, of course, have to give suitable support, and you should plan enough time and enough space to realize that project. Okay, but there are not just efforts and challenges, there are, of course, also benefits. On hand of the students, they, of course, way better build up and reinforce spatial literacy skills when directly working, A, with professionals and B, with professional tools and platforms. All players can expand their horizons. This is true for school students, of course, but this is also true for researchers when working directly with lay people and young people gives you interesting insights about your own communication strategy, for example. Students, of course, develop some kind of soft skills, project management, timetable management. They actively learn. This is also what Bela was talking about. So long-term, this can be a multiplier contribution to a spatially enabled society with the needed spatial literacy skills. And I think these kind of initiatives are also transferable to Uzbekistan. So school students in Uzbekistan can also benefit from cooperating with GIA projects and GI professionals. But for this, of course, respective project platforms, settings, and initiatives are needed. And I think the Genghis collaboration network could serve as kind of an initiative, long-term at least. And also long-term, such initiatives can, of course, increase the proportion of young people with ICT skills, including spatial literacy skills. There are benefits for global education, for citizenship education, and of course for sustainable development due to the facts that, most of those things are in a global context, of course. Soft skill development, as I mentioned, this can be also very, very important or impressive for English skills development due to the fact that most of the technology platforms and manuals are in English language, of course. And so these kind of small projects can also serve as multiplier effects. so the students and the teachers can serve as multipliers. But of course, there are some things needed. So first of all, stable internet connectivity, and if not, one should think about switching the teaching paradigm, for example, on the allowance of usage of mobile devices. This could be a very fruitful thing. And of course, yeah, such things that the platforms and the software and the technology used should be free of charge. But this is actually not a problem because there is many freeware out there to use. So I think this can be a very promising means to implement such projects also in Central Asia and Uzbekistan. And with that, I'm sorry, I'm 20 seconds too long. Thank you for your attention. And I'm happy to answer questions if there are some.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, we are kind of getting out of time, but we are still open for questions. If you have any, please send to the chat window. Meanwhile, let me emphasize that it is very nice to see that Salzburg always has been a center of education in geoinformatics. Generally, it has been always a central place for geoinformatics itself. And it is very nice to see that the young generation is following the steps of the old professors and also extending the educational activity to different generations as well. So I think this presentation was very impressive, and it's very nice to see that how you deal with the future generations. Any questions, colleagues?
Yes, please. I have one question.
Yes, Shukrat, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. It was very interesting presentation, very interesting experience, which of course should be applied in Uzbekistan as well. My question is, this area is not that popular among our population. Like most of the young generation, you know, they want to study accounting or law or something like that, not necessarily this area. And most of them even don't know, or they're not aware of this specialization, let's say GI area. And I don't know if it's the case in Australia, but do you have any experience on how to attract like best brains from young generation?
Yes and no. I mean, of course, I don't have any concrete plan to get the best young people to study geography and then probably geoinformatics. But what you said that in society, the public, and in schools, the GI domain and GI era is pretty unknown in Uzbekistan. Then especially such kind of projects can help to raise awareness. When, for example, let's say you from university decide to conduct a project, to do something together with a school, and then you are the one who could raise awareness. First of all, not just going into school and tell the students there, okay, we will do something. But of course, at the beginning, clarify what you want to implement and show the benefits of it, show the fancy technology. This is also what young people are usually impressed by. So these kind of projects to go directly into school and not just help school students to learn and to establish some skills, but also to promote the geoinformation domain, I think is a very promising means. And for that, just try it out. Joseph Strobel just mentioned in the chat that also kind of initiatives like the GIS Day, for example, are also great opportunity to serve as a platform for that. So if you want to check out www.gisday.com, there are listed hundreds of events over the globe on the GIS Day in November. This can also very promising, also can be a very promising event initiative.
Thank you for your answer. And let me also add our experience in Hungary with GIS Days. It is indeed a very nice platform, and it really opens the door to the universities, to the GI society for the high school students, and they can really experience first how to do the first steps of kind of research or kind of doing a task by their own with the supervision of the teachers, and it is a really efficient way. So I fully agree with Robert and Professor Strobel, since he has sent it for us in the chat window, that GIS Day and these events are a very nice opportunity to disseminate geoinformatics within the society. So it would be a very nice option also to include such activity in Uzbekistan. Just a personal comment. Any further questions? If there are none, let's move to the next presentation, which is oddly by myself. So let me share my screen. Please, Ilham, provide me a feedback just by head whether the screen sharing is effective. Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
okay.
Laurent, we can see your screen.
Okay, very nice. So this presentation is about now the Genghis project. Actually, this conference is organized within the frame of the Genghis project. And therefore, it makes sense that you get some information on the project itself. Here are the main parameters. I will not read these parameters on the Genghis project, but what you can see in the last line, that the project duration should have been originally completed by mid-October of last year. We have received an extension of the project with an additional half a year, which is mainly a consequence of the COVID situation. So since we are now already in an extension period, let's go through what are the objectives and outputs of the project and what has been completed and what should be still achieved in the remaining time. Basically, a new doctoral program in the field of geoinformatics science was planned to be developed. Also, a learning and research environment was planned to be built, enhance the scientific level of the, let's simply saying, the GI Society of Uzbekistan. Also orient Uzbek experts into interdisciplinary research and doctoral studies. Finally, strengthening the internationalization of higher educational institutions and research institutions was planned. These were the main objectives. Objectives are always give us the direction what we would like to go, and the activity is harmonized in order to reach the objectives. The activity is defined with certain outputs. These outputs are, number one, the accredited doctoral program. Number two, the IT platform, actually IT platforms for sharing the knowledge. This consists of 5 knowledge centers and the Joint Research Center. Also, point 3, competence development of different segments of the higher educational institutes has been defined. Point 4, regular scientific conferences were planned to be held. Actually, we are just attending in such an event. Point 5, a glossary of geospatial terms was planned to be developed. Finally, international GI network was planned to be established. So these were the objectives and the actual outputs, the tangible outputs which were planned. And let's see what we have now so far. As for the accredited doctoral program, it was a very nice achievement that it has already been accredited by WAC, and it is now a working doctoral program. Already doctoral students are attending this doctoral program, and in this year already the first defense can be expected by Amanbek Reimov. Within this point, or as a part of the doctoral program, the PhD courses has also been developed. 18 PhD courses has been developed. I was writing here that the second round of piloting is taking place now. Actually, it's more or less completed already, I would rather say. These 18 courses has been defined with the based on the needs analysis, which has been also mentioned by Bela, that how important it is. The needs analysis for the Uzbek GI society, that what content would be relevant for the GI society, and also, of course, the experience of the European experts has been included defining this subject. Quality assurance has been defined by the quality manual, and quality enhancement plans has been delivered subsequently in yearly, in annual base. So this is a working, I would rather say it's a completed task. As for the IT platform, the 5 knowledge centers, they have been completed, even though we have a small delay in giving a room of the knowledge center at the Karakatak State University, but it is just a technical delay. We get a promise that it will be completed very soon. As for the Joint Research Center, it's a big deal. The main concept behind the Joint Research Center that it won't belong to any Uzbek universities, but it would be a joint. As it is in its name, it would be a joint center involving all GI experts, not only from the university, but also from the industrial segments, if they are finding the way how to make use of this research facility, which has been already planned. The tendering has been completed and the contracting is taking place now in these days. Okay, competence development, let me go through in it more quickly, if you don't mind. Management and administration was planned to be trained for the senior staff. It has been completed in 2018 with a very dense agenda. Scientific advisors, potential advisors has been trained on learning methodologies in Tashkent 2018. Potential scientific advisors have been trained on research methodologies in Salzburg. And next point is 15 doctoral candidates. We have planned to provide scholarship for doctoral candidates to study in EU, at the EU partner countries. 7 of them could have been completed their studies, but due to the COVID situation, 8 students could have not traveled to Europe. So we are still negotiating with Brussels that how they studies can be completed in online form, and this is one of our major challenge for the remaining period. Okay. 15 potential scientific advisors has been trained in Salzburg. 20 doctoral students are planned to be trained in within the frame of a Geoinformatics summer school. It will be held in online form in the following days, following weeks. Indeed, as the delay was obvious, since we were waiting, maybe the COVID situation will be solved. The summer school will be turned into winter school. Okay, regular scientific conferences. We have planned 3 regular scientific conferences, each by a year, but since due to the extension, we had the opportunity to define a 4th event, and this is what we have now. I would simply say that all the GI scientific meetings has been definitely a successful event. It has delivered huge number of peer-reviewed papers. If you check the numbers, you can see that the number of papers is decreasing, but it is not because the loss of interest. It is due to that the publishing has been turned to Scopus registered journals, and in this time, the 27 paper which has been accepted are all published in the Scopus database related journal. So it's it means that they are they prove increase in the level of publishing. Okay, point 5, glossary of geospatial terms. I would rather say it is a never-ending story, but in general, it is already working. A huge number of, altogether, more than 6,000 entries in English and Uzbek language are included in this glossary. Feel free to use it. The glossary is meant to provide a background on the definition on the scientific terms, which should be important really to understand each other, to use the same scientific language. International GIS network, I would rather say it has been established. All included Uzbek partners has been signed memory of understandings with Ogda University, with Salzburg University, and with JAMO. This is the research institute in Halle, Germany. Okay. Altogether, I would say that the remaining tasks are summarized here. Not that much, but quite challenging within this short period. The Joint Research Center has been delayed due to the fact that COVID situation has changed also the availability of administration at universities, and due to this tendering processes has been delayed, but at the end we are now on the right track. It can be completed by mid of April. More challenging point is the doctoral candidates, since it is very difficult to provide a real international experience, even using ICT technologies, just simply because if the student is arriving to a different country, a different location with a different culture, then he has much more opportunity to live in that society and to be included in the scientific life of the university. Then it can be done in one-by-one consultation, but we will focus on it. Definitely, it will be very important to provide all possible support for our students, to provide the supervision to get some support and to get some improvement in their scientific skills. As for the Geoinformation Summer School, which has been turned to Winter School, as I have mentioned, it is just a question of days and it will be completed. All in all, this is all about the Genghis project at this moment. Its status now, and I hope that it really serves as a benefit. It serves for the benefit of the Uzbek GI society, and we hope that beyond the established doctoral school, it really has an impact on the society. Thank you for your attention. This was my presentation. In case of questions or comments, feel free to ask. It might be that you are already well informed about the project, since regularly we try to inform you about the project progress. So thank you for your attention, and let me announce the Last but not least, presentation of this session of the professional and further education in the field of geoinformatics session, which will be held by Ilham Abdurrahmanov, and the title of his presentation is Project Erasmus Plus Nicopa, New and Innovative Courses for Precision Agriculture. I give you the floor, Ilham.
Thank you very much, Laurent, for giving me the floor and for your presentation. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, everything is perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning. One more time to all the participants participating in our last day of the conference. So now I will briefly present about the Erasmus Plus Nicopa new and innovative courses for precision agriculture project financed by the European Union. I am the local project coordinator in the Nicopa and the national project coordinator in Genghis project. So this Nicopa is, as I mentioned, that in the direction of capacity building in the higher education institutions. This is the joint project, cross-regional project, and the budget is about €1 million. So main topic of this cooperation within the project is modernization of curriculum by developing and innovative courses and methodologies using ECTS, the three-cycle system, and the recognition of degrees. So this project we have started on 2018. In our project, this Nicopa project, participating the higher education institutions and also ministries, companies as associate partners from Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. This project is applicable in agricultural sector. So in our consortium, in total 21 organizations which are participating. So you can see on this slide the official sources of Bologna process. This our project is very much related to Bologna process, that we are implementing this process by developing new courses or by updating the new courses in ECTS base. And I should inform you that in Uzbekistan, many of the universities, higher education institutions went to ECTS-based study, including TIAME. TIAME started one of the first universities as the study with the ECTS credit system. The project objectives, the objectives of the project Nicopa is improve the quality of higher education and enhance its relevance for the labor market and society, the level of competences and the skills in higher education institutions by developing new and innovative education programs, supporting the modernization and internationalization of the higher education institution in precision agriculture in the targeted universities in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan through innovation of two-cycle curricula. Moreover, bringing the higher education institutions of partner countries closer to the labor market. The main objectives are analyzing the educational needs in precision agriculture through problem and job analysis and review the current curricula. The next, updating the current curricula in precision agriculture, and last but not least, developing, implementing, and accrediting the curricula, including ECTS. So you can see on this slide the main goals of our project. So we focused on developing the 9 core curricular modules which are related to GIS, remote sensing, applications in precision agriculture, and GNSS systems, web technologies, and the basics of precision agriculture and yield sensors, like mechanization and agriculture, or application of precision agriculture for crops growing. And we have 3 transferable curricula, which are startup initiatives for future engineers, management and decision-making in precision agriculture, intensive course to leverage acceptance of the new technologies in field. And in our project, we have focused on, it's like one of the tasks of our project is establishing precision agriculture service office, which will give the recommendations and support to the not only the higher education institutions related to precision agriculture, and also the main goal is supporting the farmers, and by providing such new technologies in GIS and remote sensing. And also we focused on the establishing precision agricultural laboratory and the virtual classroom by purchasing the new equipment which is related to precision agriculture. You can see on this slide the main partners of our project, which are the higher education institutions, Technical University of Berlin, Agriculture University of Plovdiv in Bulgaria, and Czech University of Life Science in Czech Republic, and one organization in Germany, which is related to GIS, precision agriculture. It is space technology. And also you can see the from Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, from each country. So we have 3 from each countries. So higher education institutions are participating in our project, which are related to the precision agriculture and the agricultural field, and so on. And we have associated partners in all 3 Central Asian countries: North Kazakhstan Agriculture Experimental Station, and the Scientific Educational Center of Ministry of Agriculture in Kazakhstan, State Committee of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Center of Technology, Academic of Sciences, Turkmenistan. And also we have national authorities, ministries in 3 Central Asian countries. You can see the organigram of the NICOPA project. This, coordinator or grant holder of our project is in Kazakhstan, Katu. And each regional countries, we have regional coordinators, and in each partner universities, we have local coordinators together with project team are working on the processing the NICOPA. And what are the results we have reached so far? As I mentioned, we started the end of 2018. So first we have reviewed in total 13 curricula, 7 European Unions and 6 Uzbek universities curricula, and in total 8 TIAME specialists involved in this process. And you can see the curricula which are focused on geodesy and land use management, economics of agriculture, and so on. And also we have prepared internal work plan of the project, and there is a resolution of the project signed by rector of TIAME in order to process the tasks within the project. Sorry for the technical issue that I have to give. interpreter role to one of our interpreter who are asking now. Just a moment, sorry for this technical issue. Okay, sorry. Before at the beginning of the project, we have agreed to update following modules at TIAME, which are basics of using GIS and remote sensing on the exploitation of hydrotechnical structure, GIS and technologies. GIS technologies we have developed within the Erasmus Plus Dingus and the Erasmus Plus Tempus Geos project, and within Nicopa we have agreed to update, and we agreed to develop new modules which are remote sensing applications in agriculture, in the precision agriculture, modern geodetic equipment, agricultural flight technologies, and in all, at TIAME, 10 teaching administrative staff involved in this new courses development updating. And moreover, at TIAME, a new curricula, new program has been established. So last year on September, we have launched this new bachelor program, which is innovative technologies in remote sensing of land resources. And in this program, we have included this GIS and technologies, modern geodetic equipment, precision agriculture, and remote sensing modules to this new program. And the quality of the project is really important, and that's why we have developed a quality assurance plan of TIAME. And in total, 13 specialists involved in the internal evaluation board at TIAME as a quality group. And also the project dissemination and exploitation is very important for the project, financed by Erasmus Plus, European Union. So in 2 years, in total, 16 dissemination events have been organized, and in total, about more than 700 people participated in such events. And we have signed Nicopa Plus agreements with the precision agriculture or agriculture related or GIS related companies, organizations within the Nicopa project. So in total, we have organized 6 coordination events so far, and the internal management teleconferences, because of the COVID situation, we have organized 10 such teleconferences management. So first meeting within the Nicopa project was organized at National University of Uzbekistan in 2018, and there Nicopa project coordinator, regional project coordinator, National University of Uzbekistan, and NEO office, coordinator of the NEO office participated, and also the representatives of the Berlin Technical University and Space Technologies company participated in this regional meeting. And the kickoff meeting was held on March 2019 in Berlin, Germany, and it was fruitful and effective that we have signed, TIAME signed 3 memorandum of understandings with the partners within the Erasmus Plus Nicopa project. And the next meeting was held as a field monitoring meeting at the National University of Uzbekistan. And the monitoring was done by the National Erasmus Plus office. And 2019, at the end of August, it was organized training within the project in Berlin, Germany. And according to the plan of the project, 2 more such trainings in precision agriculture should be organized. Because of COVID, we couldn't do this last year, but on this year, January, we have started online master classes, and the teachers are who are giving the lectures on those online master classes from Agricultural University of Plovdiv, Bulgaria, Czech University of Life Science Prague, and the Technical University of Berlin, Germany. And in this online master classes, participating the Moodle developers and the PhD students and some master's students related to GIS, remote sensing, or precision agriculture from the Central Asian partner universities. That was all from my side that I wanted to share with you on this NICOPA project. Thank you for your attention. Laurent?
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation, Ilhom. Already, if you don't mind, the first question has arisen from Professor Béla Márkus. First of all, he's congratulating to the NICOPA results. And the question, do you plan a NICOPA conference in the future? Question number 2, do you plan to educate professionals, especially farmers?
Thank you very much, Professor Béla, for your question. It's very important. So yes, we are planning to organize such online conference on geoinformatics within NICOPA project as well. That now I cannot say exact time, but it will be in autumn. And now I'm preparing such organizational issues, and it will be organized by TIAME, and we will disseminate the call for papers, and of course, again, the accepted and the reviewed papers will be published in the Scopus-based journal. And of course, we will invite not only the NICOPA project partners, members, or also Genghis partners, Genghis project partners, members, as well as because we are like one family. Now we are working on this geoinformatics specialty in order to develop it, and in order to integrate between education and industry. And yes, the second, concerning to your second question, yes, we are planning to educate professionals, especially farmers, yes, because the main aim of the establishing PASO, Precision Agriculture Service Office, is to provide educational knowledge to the farmers, or to train them in precision agriculture, and moreover to give them such recommendations how to improve their, for example, their how to say, management of their land and so on. And of course, we will involve in such trainings not only the teachers who are working at higher education institutions. Also, we are planning to involve specialists from the industry, cadastral agency, and from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water Resources. It was good that we are organizing this conference, that and in this conference participating representatives of the such industrial companies, ministries, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Next question is from Margojata. Professor Margojata, in my experience, postgraduate training for a farmer can be very effective. Do you think this can be solved with these curricula or development would be needed?
Thank you very much, Malgarzata, for your question. Yeah, actually, the curricula which we are now developing is mostly focused on the education, such as for bachelor and master students. And before training the farmers, of course, we will develop the exact program, and we will use some courses which is developed within not only the Nicopa and also Genghis project. We will select the topics which are mostly related to their field of study and to their activities. And afterwards, of course, before starting these trainings, we will get the advices and we will show these plans to our highly experienced Nicopa and Genghis partners. We would need their recommendations and supports as you are.
Okay, thank you. Ilham, do you? Okay, you are here. Okay. Meanwhile, Bela Marcus had thanked for your response, and also he has suggested, and I do agree with him. So both of us is suggesting that when you have the conference on precision agriculture, then as a keynote speech, Professor Małgorzata Wojtaszek should be a nice person to be invited. She has huge experience with education of precision agriculture, as she is the leader, she is the head of the precision agriculture course held at
Thank you very much, Professor Bela, for your recommendation. Yes, this is really important.
I think I think I have internet problems, I'm not sure. But how the quality assurance enhancements work package? Is there special work package for these activities? This is the question.
Yes, thanks for the question. This is, as I mentioned on my presentation, that quality assurance is really important, that work package 3 is dedicated to the quality assurance strategy. And as I mentioned on my presentation, the quality assurance plan of TIAME developed and approved by a director, and we have established a quality group within the Nicopa project, and also in the quality group we have involved not only teachers from TIAME, also some specialists from other partner universities, other higher education institutions, and also from the industry. They will review. It's planned to review the developing the courses, and they get feedback or review from them, and it will be used on how to say to assess the quality of the developed courses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much. Thank you basically for all presentations. I agree with Professor Małgorzata Wojtaszek that the concept, the idea of Nicopa project is very good. It is very nice. One of the difficulties always with precision agriculture, that the sense for innovation of the agricultural sector is very low. In a way, they resist to be innovative. So it is a real challenge, but it is highly important to try to put innovation to agriculture, since the precision tools has been proved several times that they can make much more efficient the agricultural activity than the traditional methods. Okay, thank you everyone for the presentations, for the questions, for the discussions. I think with quite notable delay, it is time to close the professional and further education in the field of geoinformatics section. It has been, at least for me, quite informative, quite interesting. So I hope you have also enjoyed it. And thank you for all the presenters for the presentation and for the participants for the interest in attending these presentations and providing discussions. So I close this session and I give the floor now to the next, chairman of the next session. This is Ilham Abdulrahman.
Thank you very much, Laurent, for doing such a moderating this session. It was very interesting. I think it was effective and the participants could get the information and knowledge on the topics, on the papers, which was presented by the presenters. And I would like to thanks to all the participants who gave the questions and the presenters as well. So let me start the next session. So this will be last session of our conference. That's why we didn't put any break between them, as afterwards we will finish our conference. So now we will start with the keynote speech by Jitka Kumhalova from the Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague, Czech Republic. And the topic of this keynote speech is use of geoinformatics in precision agriculture and in practice. I would like to give a bit information about Professor Jitka Kumhalova, as she is involved to our Erasmus Plus Nicopa project, as the Czech University of Life Sciences Prague is one of the key partners, key European partners in our project. And Jitka Kumhalova is giving nowadays the lectures during our master classes, which I mentioned in my previous presentation. So Professor Jitka Kumhalova, if you are hearing me, that the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to attend this conference, and I would like to thank Mr. Abdurrahmanov for inviting me to this conference. So now I will share my presentation. I will try it. Okay.
Yes, we will. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So I prepared for you the. Okay. So it's better the arranging. Yeah, the monitor. I'm sorry. I prepared for you the presentation about the use of geoinformatics in precision agriculture and in practice. Geoinformatics consists of GIS and remote sensing. In these fields, vector and raster data formats are usually used. In this slide, you can see an example of vector and raster data in the form of the Czech Public Land Register. The base here is an orthophoto map. It means the raster data, and plot boundaries in green here, the polygons, is a vector layer, vector data. The vector layer usually contains information that relates to the given field or to the given polygon. It means, for example, name, size of the plot, agrotechnical interventions, and others. Vector data are, for example, field boundaries, as I told you in my previous slide. You can find here the information about soil utilization. So there is possibility to edit data or the possibility to export data. So you can derive information from agrochemical soil analyzing. So it can be data from machines, for example, yield data and data for telematics. And it can be point measurements from devices as well. Raster data are usually satellite images, aerial images, or UAV images. Guidance systems consist of GNSS receiver and display. How you can see here, guidance systems provides information on the position of machines. It is an important part of modern agriculture technology, and it enables precise guidance of machines during agrotechnical operations. So it consists of GNSS receiver. The receiver consists of GNSS antenna and gyroscope, and then of the display, and display gives full monitoring and control over all solutions in tractor, baler, combine harvester, or sprayer. Here you can see an example of John Deere solutions. We can distinguish satellite correction and real-time kinematic correction. Real-time kinematic correction is more accurate and use reference stations on the ground with known locations. Satellite correction use satellite correction signal calculations. So here we can see examples of accuracy of guidance systems from John Deere company. It's John Deere solutions. The first one, it means the basic signal is EGNOS signal. The advantages is that there is no license fees and no subscriptions, and accuracy is about 40 centimeters. Better signal is so-called SF1. It means Starfire 1 signal, and the advantages is no license fees, no subscriptions, and the accuracy is about 30 centimeters. So this signal is excellent starting point for tillage, spraying, grassland or grassland applications. Next one is Starfire 2 signal. It's a better one. The accuracy is about 10 centimeters, and the signal is excellent for tillage and harvesting, spraying, seeding, and planting or mowing. And the best one signal is real-time kinematic signal. The accuracy of this signal is 2 centimeters. It works with own base station or a dealer own RTK network. This signal is excellent for planting row crops, bedding, seeding, strip till and drip tape, or any control traffic operation. What signal is needed? That's a question. Basic signal, this is the first one, column, is sufficient for common sowing of small plots fertilizer spreading or spraying, harvest or tillage. More accurate signal, it means accuracy about 3 centimeters off-season repeatability of lines is sufficient for common sowing of larger plots, and then, for example, for precise sowing or for seasonal repeatability of lines. And the best signal with the best accuracy, real-time kinematic with the accuracy about 3 centimeters with seasonal repeatability of lines is sufficient for common sowing of larger plots, precise sowing, seasonal repeatability of lines, and control traffic farming as well. Now something about the yield mapping. For yield mapping, the machines must be equipped with a GPS receiver and yield sensors. But there are different formats for individual brands, so it is necessary to do conversion of formats using special softwares. Here you can see the interface. This is the first image of spatial management system software, in abbreviation SMS software, which is suitable for data visualization and conversion. At the right side here, you can see the vector data from yield measurement. It means yield data in the vector format, in polygon shape from John Deere solution, and point vector layer from New Holland. Below is an attribute table with variables. Here you can see a number of field maps from the year 2004 with different crops. It means winter rape, winter barley, winter wheat, and again winter rape and winter wheat. Here I would like to focus on a few interesting things. At this place, how you can see at each of these images, it is possible to see a higher water accumulation place, and on the base of this, the higher yield values. And here at this image, or in this image, you can see change of combine harvester track during the harvest in comparison with other maps. There was some failure on this machine. And the last map is a yield frequency map for small cereals. The yield frequency map was calculated from the small cereals yield. It means without the winter rape yield. In the field of remote sensing, it is possible to use free access satellite images, you know, Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, or from USGS Landsat 8. And we can use the commercial satellite images as well, but they are mostly very expensive. We can distinguish spatial, spectral, temporal, and radiometric resolution. They are the properties of these images. And there is possibility of deriving spectral indices, or we can do some color synthesis, classification, thresholding, or we can visualize the problem. So the data is possible to view or edit in softwares or applications, and we can do some calculations. Here at this image, you can see the use of the Sentinel-2 image to detect damaged fields by walls. It is a big problem in the Czech Republic. The visualization is in true and false color synthesis. Below, it's here, you can see a comparison of Sentinel-2 and Landsat 8 satellite images on the example of spring wheat. We can distinguish different spatial resolution and different spectral response of the canopy. The level of stand damage can be assessed using a spectral reflectance curve. For example, in SNAP software from European Space Agency, as you can see here. Here you can see 3 types of visualization. The first, on the left side here, is the B8 band. It means the visualization in a near infrared band, where the largest differences between selected canopies are detected. These places marked by the pins. The second image in the middle is RGB visualization. From my point of view, it is not suitable for the evaluation of the level of damage of this stand, because we can't see any differentiation between the stands and between the places damaged by the frost. And on the right side is the normalized difference vegetation index. The differences cannot be sufficiently distinguished here either. Sometimes the best solution is to use one spectral band to identify the problem, as you can see at this slide. Here you can see the evaluation of resulting yield map on the left side and comparison with NDVI spectral index derived from Sentinel-2 image from 2nd June 2020. I have available agronomist own comment. He found out delay in wheat maturity on these plots by from 14 to 21 days, and on the damaged places was achieved a decent yield of 6.6 to 6.8 tons per hectares, and on the undamaged vegetation yields or places was the yield about 8 to 9 tons per hectare. UAV images are very helpful for detail detection. The first image on the left side shows the differences of the sugar beet variants evaluated by optimized adjusted vegetation index. The second image in the middle shows the condition of hop evaluated by RGB image, multispectral image. Here you can find the NDVI image, and bottom the thermal image. And in the third image, it is on the right side, you can see a detail of the hop stands captured by EBX system and VTOL system with multispectral camera. Using geoinformatics methods, it is possible to detect missing plants in the stand. Here you can see hop crops in early growth. In these images, it is at the beginning of May or end of April in the Czech Republic. For missing plant detection, we used an RGB image. We calculated from this image or derived from this image triangular greenness index, and we used Otsu thresholding to derive green plants from the bare soil, with the aim to mark the individual crops and find the missing plants. The mice stand was evaluated in a similar way. The location is in Kolíňany. It is close to Nitra in the Slovak Republic. We collaborate with the university, with the Agriculture University in Nitra in the Slovak Republic. Here we monitor the stand density after the dry season. We detected different emergence of plants inside the stands. The details you can see here, this binary model derived from the triangular greenness index. In black are the green crops, and then in white then the bare soil. So there was a problem detected inside the field. It is also possible to use various handheld sensor techniques. Here is an example of usage chlorophyll content meter, plant pen, and green seeker handheld crop sensor. Contact sensors are commonly developed for the evaluation of cereals. Then there may be a problem when used on a very rugged leaf such as hop, as you can see here in this image. Sensor technologies also include the VERIS or EM38 instrument for measuring the electrical conductivity of soil. The result is usually a point shape file. It means a vector layer with variables as, for example, coordinates, longitude, latitude, altitude, then speed, depth, and electrical conductivity as well. And for example, then ratio of organic matter and others. The resulting map can be used for variable dosing of nitrogen. Internet of Things is another interesting area related to precision agriculture technologies. IoT sensors can help farmers make more informed decisions to achieve higher crop yield, better quality produce, and save cost by reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides. Typical smart agriculture projects include precision farming, livestock monitoring, irrigation management, and automated drones for surveying farms, mapping fields, spraying crops, and others. Here you can see the global share of IoT project in 2016. Smart agriculture is at 6th place, and the trend in this year was increasing. In the year 2018, the smart agriculture is at 9th place, and this year was the trend decreasing in comparison with the previous year. And in the year 2020, the agriculture is at 8th place as well, and the trend is stagnant. So it's a very interesting analysis from my point of view. So business management systems have evolved over the centuries from a single element to management systems. Firstly was one product. Here you can see one tractor. Then this is the next step, was a smart product. It means that the data from machines were exported to computers for decision making. Then the third step was smart connected product. The data were displayed on a mobile phone or can be displayed on a mobile phone. And then is the product system. And it means that inside the farm, all the equipments communicate with each other. And the final product is, and I think, or from my point of view, it's maybe future, is a system of systems. It is not only inside the farm, but also outside the farm, and the system communicate with each other. It consists, for example, of weather maps, weather forecast, irrigation nodes, field sensors, farm equipment systems, or other information. Now I would like to show you free of charge application. It's my favorite application. I don't know if you know this application. The name is CropSat. It's an application for variable input dosing. It's an interactive decision support system that provides vegetation index map from Sentinel-2 data across the globe, and lets users delineate fields, design variable rate application of user-specified inputs based on the vegetation maps. The CropSat was initially developed in a research project at the Swedish University of Agriculture Sciences in the year 2015. Now it has global coverage. It is continuously updated with new satellite images, and it is provided free of charge in multiple languages. So I tried to find the field close to Tashkent, but I'm not sure if I selected right image or right field, because I don't know when is the season in Uzbekistan. So it is very easy application. First step is enter the name, enter the place or location, and then you can draw only one or more parcels in the background map. For example, I selected this parcel, and the second step, when we have selected parcel, so we can click on download satellite images, and then we can choose from which date we would like to see the satellite image. I selected 23rd of June 2020. The vegetation is green, so I hope that it is correct. So then it is necessary to choose the rate on the base of this vegetation index. And next step is type the values of the rate, and the last is only entering the file name and nitrogen content, and we can export the information to various formats, for example, to Trimble, John Deere, Kverneland Group, and others. And there is interesting that the information can be saved in a shapefile format as well, and then we can edit this information, for example, in charge-free software QGIS. This is the last slide, and this slide is about other free of charge application for the precision agriculture purposes. The first one is the farm shots application, and the second one is Earth Engine application. So Earth Engine is a platform for scientific analysis and visualization of geospatial data sets. So it is very interesting from my point of view. So thank you very much for your attention, and now you can ask me if you want.
Thank you very much, Yitka, for your interesting presentation. I hope the participants could get the knowledge related to geoinformatics using in precision agriculture. If I open this chat window, there is a question given by Professor Malgorzata Veroni. So, combined measurements without proper calibration do not give reliable results. How could these errors be corrected based on satellite imagery? What experience do you have in this area?
Yeah, I tried to use some corrections tool in some softwares, because it is possible to combine the data from the satellite images and from the yield sensor, because we have an experience from the harvest of poppy, and there is problem with very small seeds during the harvest. So there were some lacks of the information inside the field. So we tried to add the information from the satellite image. I know that this process or this possibility of using satellite image usually use John Deere company for the improving the results of yield measurement.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Malgorzata, for the question. So there is a comment. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Yitka Kumhalova. CropSat is indeed a great motivation.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, do you have any questions to our keynote speaker, Yitka Kumhalova?
Yes, please. I have one question.
Yes, please. Shukran Shokir from National Australian University.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumhalova. It was very interesting presentation. Maybe I missed some part of your presentation. Maybe you responded already, but I just wanted to ask one question. So water is the main problem in agriculture in Uzbekistan. And it would be great if we could, analyze the water stress of plants using some freely available like Sentinel data or so, or Landsat or whatever. Have you got any experience with that, like estimating water stress of plants and in order to timely respond, like to make better decisions about irrigation systems?
Thank you for your question. We have experience from the drought season, from with water or lack of moisture in the crop or in the canopies from the drought season from the years 2018 and 2019. So we try to measure the moisture stress by satellite images, by the vegetation indices, for example, by moisture stress index or enhanced moisture stress index, and with some sensors in the soil.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shorateke, for your question and Yitka for the answer. So participants, do you have any questions? Please unmute yourself and give your question. Feel free for this. Okay, I think it's enough. And there is not any questions. So thank you very much, Professor Yitka Kumhalova, for your interesting presentation. So we hope we will work together in many years, many coming years. I hope that our Nicopa project will be also successful as our Genghis project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you as well. Yeah.
Thank you for accepting.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
So bye.
Thank you. Let me give the next floor to the next presenter, who is actually should be Professor Kamal Astanakulov, but now he's busy with another meeting. And that's why let me give the floor to the co-author of this paper, which is wheat harvesting by combine with GPS receiver and grain sensor. And the presenter is Akram Turdibekov from the Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agriculture Mechanization Engineers. So their research describes the result of the study and analyze the working process of the harvester combined with GPS receiver and grain level sensor in wheat harvesting. GPS receiver and the grain level sensor showed that the combined harvester was working with what level of velocity in real-time regime and how much grain was being uploaded into grain tank. So it was shortly abstract of this paper. So Akram, again, the floor is yours. You can share your screen presentation and go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ilhamuro, introducing, thank you. Hello everyone, organizers and participants of annual International Scientific Conference on Geoinformatics, G2021. And I'm going to presentation about demonstrate. Can I demonstrate?
Yes, you can, please try it.
Sorry. Can you see this?
Yes, it's visible. Just press F5 and go ahead. Thank you. Akram, can you
yes.
the detail about yourself?
Okay.
or?
Okay, my name is Akram. I'm a master degree student at the Tashkent Institute of Irrigational and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, second course, and my supervisor is Kamil Astanakulov, who is technical doctor of science and agricultural machines department chief, and he must be this presentation, but he couldn't because he has some problems. Sorry. And may I go on this presentation?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our theme is wheat harvesting by combine with GPS receiver and grain sensors. And introduction about in farms, the combine harvesters are being used in different conditions. Namely, they are being used with the same working regime, low or high yield, grassy or laying fields as well, conditions that moisture of the grail is lower than measures. As a result, in the same areas, the grain loss level is reaching till 15–20%. Fuel expense is consisting of 3.54 kilogram effectiveness of the for 1 hectare, and even in some situations 25–50 kilogram for 1 hectare. Therefore, the effectiveness of the combine harvester is being low. One of the more prospective ways of increasing effect managing agricultural production is using information system of the base of geoinformation technology. The similar system allows solving planet agrotechnical operation, monitoring agrotechnical operations and condition of the crops, forecasting the yield of the crop, and evolution loses planning, monitoring, and analyzing the use techniques. Such a data must be compiled by accurate position on the Earth, specifically using all modern methods, GIS-based digital maps, GPS, and GNSS satellite system enact. And we can learn these technologies are used for defining using efficiency of the combine harvesters. String system for combine harvester based on machine vision was developed for increasing the efficiency of harvesting workers by using GIS technology, GIS technology. It is important to introduce GPS receiver and yield sensors for using GIS technology in agricultural machines. Some works have been performed for introducing GPS receivers and sensors as well, using correctly them. In harvesting of the wheat, autonomous navigation of tracked combine harvester, the state and posture can obtain it from the position and interior sensor measurements. But these sensor measurements have measurement uncertainties, which can be compensated by using the tracked combine harvester kinematic and dynamic model. We practice it with my supervisor at the Yangil region, where is located Tashkent, middle of the Tashkent region in Uzbekistan. And we choose experimental serial combine. We choose base of combine dominator 130, and you can see this combine. And we installed this combine GPS receiver and grain sensor, which is Teltonika FMB 920 Gini SSS and Bluetooth terminal, and also sensors Sport and DD2 sensors, and you can see these pictures. And let's talk about influence of grain yield to work efficiency of combined dominator 130. You can see work efficiency in main period and grain yield and there are some grain losses you can see when work efficiency is low, total grain loss is the same under number, and when is work efficiency is growing, growing is also total grain losses is growing. They are right proportional each other, and you can see influence of grassy level fields to work quality indicators of combined dominator 130, and also you can introduce this influence of creel moisture to work quality indicators of combined dominator 130. And the conclusion, I can say when dominator 130 for creel harvesting combined that equipped with GPS receiver and grain level indicator sensors was tested by using these technologies become it is harder installing height 20 centimeter, rotation frequency of durum 1200 RPM, clearance between concave and durum entering and exciting part 13 millimeter and 3 millimeter respectively, open angle of sieve jealousies is 30-degree, rotation frequency of fan 800 RPM as a creel yield 3.5 or 3.6 ton per hectare. Moisture between 16 and 20% for creel can be harvested with little grain loss. When creel yield, moisture and weeding level change for decreasing for grain loss combined should be by changing its work regimens. And thank you for attention. This my presentation has finished, and you can give me any questions about my presentation.
Thank you, Akram, for your presentation. So it's good that finally in our conference, not only the professors, teachers, and the PhD students, but the master student also. He's a first master student who is presenting in our conference, as he was promoting the paper which was presented now, take into account that he is not main author of the paper, but feel free to give any question. He will try to answer to your questions, please.
Thank you.
If I open the chat, there is no any question, but dear participants, if you have any question, please unmute yourself and give your, if you have. There is a comment, very good, Mr. Akram.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akram. We wish you success in your studies.
Thank you. I'm glad to participate in this conference. I'm glad. Thank you.
Thank you. Super. Good luck. Okay. So let me go to the next paper presentation. So next one is the indicators of the combined equipped with GPS receiver in sunflower harvesting. Will be presented by Dr. Golubjon Fazilov from the organization SRIMA. What is SRIMA? He will introduce himself. So if I go to the abstract of this paper, in sunflower harvesting for decreasing the grain loss and increasing using efficiency of the combined GIS technologies, namely combines equipped with GPS devices and control sensors, provides good results. So, Olabeka, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Maybe Olive has some technical problems.
Yes. Olpeke, can you share your screen and show your presentation?
Sorry, I have some technical problems. Can you give a 1 minute, please?
Yes. We can give you. So, till the Golubjon will fix the technical problem, let me share with you one time the information about the publication of our conference. As I mentioned before, the proceedings of our conference published in the Scopus-based journal Web of Conferences is E3S, and actually it was published on January, and after publishing immediately it was indexed by Scopus. And if you go to the website of Scopus and search the papers, you can see that they are already there. So little bit we should wait for the presenter, because last two presentations will be provided by Dr. Golubjon Fazilov.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm so sorry. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So I'm so sorry for technical problems. Long John, which I work actually scientific research institutes for mechanization of agriculture. So I'm co-author for this article actually. It's known that in present days, sunflower is a very important food production in our country. It's not only important in our country, but also around the world.
Can you, sorry, can you share your presentation? Because now we are seeing your Telegram desktop.
Can you change the lecture, please? After some minutes, I'll try to again.
What should I do?
Can you change to another author?
No, there is no author. You are the last presenter and you present last two papers according to my information. That's why we all are waiting for you. After your presentation, we should finish our conference.
Is it visible now?
Yes, now we can see your screen, your presentation. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Actually, for this article, I'm co-author. But I'll try to present it. As I see, the sunflower is a very important food production. Also, in our country, it's some of the problem is that to harvest it, there is no special heater for combined harvesters in our country. Only some heaters has been brought from foreign countries that are very expensive. That's why we decided to create new type of heater, and also we analyzed this heater with some how can I say some smart devices. With help of smart devices, we analyzed the work qualities of this combined equipped with special heater.
Olpaja, are you here? Your microphone is.
Oh, sorry. So, in modern agriculture, for harvesting sunflower, mainly combined harvesters are being used that equipped with a special heater that is adapted for harvesting cereal crops. However, there is no any special heater for harvesting sunflower in our country. That's why we decided to create new type of heaters the combined heater for harvesting sunflower under these conditions, namely in condition of Uzbekistan. So one important and crucial indicators when harvesting sunflower is harvesting in a short time with the minimal losses in our country's condition. Because in our, it's known that for you to, in our country, in the autumn, it's often rain. That's why it's demanded to harvest every agricultural crops in a short time. So for these reasons, when harvesting sunflower, we decided that to equip, so combine with GIS technologies. So for application on GIS technology, it's necessary to use widely combined equipment with GPS devices also, and control sensors. Around this work, many scientists have worked around the world. So you can see their names and surnames in the screen. So we define special materials and methods to do our research. Namely, we created new type heater for harvesting sunflower in condition of Uzbekistan. So the justification of technical means for harvesting sunflower based on local conditions is relevant in this regard. Studies were conducted and adapter was developed to adapt the grain heater for harvesting. This heater consists of mainly segment finger cutting apparatus, and second one is the auger that helps to collect the harvested stalks, and third one is the directional dividers that helps to divide the stalks of the sunflower stem. And first one is the backside of the heater, and fifth one is a side guide divider. So we also equipped combined with a special smart technologies, smart devices that are grain lever, also GPS receiver, and after that we did some experiments to define the work quality of the combine. So if we talk about, if I mention about the results of our experimental research, first of all, we installed the dividers guides with different lanes. I mean, at first we analyzed it, we observed the influence of the lanes of the dividers guides for analyzing the loss of sunflower seeds. First of all, we observed the influence of the lanes from 400 millimeter to 800 millimeter. When we installed 400 millimeter, the seed loss consisted of almost 4.5%, and during the increase of the length of the divider guides, the loss of the seeds also started to decrease. When we installed the lanes of the dividers between 600 to 800, we achieved that the least grain loss of the seed, and we thought that the optimal variant of the lanes of the dividers is 600 millimeter. After that, we researched another indicator of the divider guides. So we learned the influence of the gap between the dividers and their influence to the loss of the sunflower seeds. For example, at first we installed the gap of the gap between the dividers from 80 millimeter to 140 millimeter. When we installed the gap of the gap between dividers, when we installed 80 millimeter, the seed losses consisted of just almost 3%. When we increased the millimeter of the gap between dividers, the losses of the seeds started to increase. Namely, after 100 millimeter, the indicator of the losses started to increase significantly. And we understood that the optimal variant of the gap between dividers is just 100 millimeter. And after that, we analyzed the influence of the installation of angle for guide divider. When we installed the angle of the guide divider between 0 degree to 15 degree, the grain loss consisted of more than 2.5, namely when the installation of the angle was 0 degree, it was just 2.5% of seed loss. And when increased the degree of the angle, so grain loss also started to increase. Namely, when the angle of the installation so was 15 degree, it was the maximum. So it consisted of 2.9, and we know that optimal variant it was 5 degree angle. So, and in the conclusion, we can see that analyzing the studies of working process of the grain harvester combine that equipped with GPS receiver. By the way, I need to tell here, we analyzed the results of experiments that was taken by ordinary old-fashioned method, and also we analyzed the results that was defined with the GPS receiver. So, and we know that the grain level indicator sensor in sunflower harvesting, we have taken optimal parameters at the following values, namely the length of the divider guide is 0.6 meter. The gap between the divider guides is just 0.1 meter. The installation angle of the divider guide relative to the bottom of the header is just 5 degrees. With these parameters, the combine that has adapted header for harvesting sunflower meets the agro-technical requirements for harvesting sunflower. So in our next researchers, of course, we are planning to develop our research. Thank you for attention. My lecture has finished. Hello.
Yeah, Olpeke, did you finish?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So there is no any question on the chat window. So dear participants, if you have any question, please unmute yourself and give your question. Okay, the next presentation is will be done by you, Golubjon Fozilov. So the next presentation is let me open the. So monitoring the combined with smart devices in soybean harvesting.
Just a minute, I have some problem again. Sunflower, it's not open.
Bu hozir birinchi prezentatsiyangizni ochyapti-da, keyingisini ochib oling. Indikatorsiz ochdingiz hozir.
Just a minute, sir, just a minute.
Yes, we can see your screen presentation. Oh, it's disappeared. So dear participants, sorry for such technical problems. As we are organizing such an online conference on geoinformatics, the first time at Tiame. Of course, before Tiame organized some online conferences, but not in GIS, but in the other.
Sorry, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Just press F5 and go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, good afternoon one more time. So, my next presentation is about monitoring of the combine with a smart device in soybean harvesting. As like sunflower, soybean is also very important food production in our country. There are different sorts of vitamins and protein, carbohydrates. That's why in present days, it's a very valuable plant. So in our country, also significant work is being done on large scale cultivation of soybeans as a primary and a secondary crop. However, there are still a number of difficulties in soybean harvesting due to properties of this crop. And methods and means of harvesting it at the required level, taking it into account the conditions of different regions. One of the most important process in soybean cultivation is efficient use of combines and the harvesting without loss of harvest. So at present time in Uzbekistan, the use of combiners are mainly Dominator and New Holland combines, and many others are also being used in our country. But among them, the most used combine is the Dominator 130. Recently, agricultural technology has been widely used in GIS technology based on real-time smart devices, including GPS devices and sensors. Much research has been done on soybean harvesting, and new methods and techniques have been developed. In present days, in the world practice, combines are used as a grain harvesters equipped with headers that are not adapted to harvest soybean. So although there are developments and recommendations on the quality of soybean harvesting worldwide, there are no studies on the quality of soybean harvesting with the GIS technology, based smart combine. That's why it's important to study this combine in soybean harvesting and to identify performance indicators. Nowadays, GIS technologies are being used for defining the using efficiency of the combine harvesters, steering schemes for combine harvester based on machine vision was developed for increasing the efficiency of harvesting works by using GIS technologies. It's important to introduce GPS receivers and the yield sensors for using GIS technologies in agricultural machines. Some works have been performed for introducing GPS receivers and sensors, as well using correctly them. In harvesting of the soybean and autonomous navigation of tracked combine harvester, the state and the posture can be obtained from the positioning and inertial sensor measurements, but these sensor measurements have measurement uncertainties, which can be compensated by using the tracked and combined harvester kinematic and the dynamic model. So during our research, mainly our experiments were performed in Tashkent region, Yangul district, that's located in the east part of Uzbekistan. And during the experiment, we used combined harvester that is Dominator 130, and also we equipped this combine with GPS devices at the base this combine. So you can see also the from this picture the soybean plant grows very mixed form, and not like wheat or some kind of other cereal crops. I mean, it's difficult to harvest this plant very quality. That's why we decided to study this situation. So during the research, we installed some smart devices that are GPS receiver and also grain sensor that are named Teltonica and Escort GB2 sensor. And after that, after installing these devices, we observed experiments, and during the experiment, we installed these codes with this flow charts. So, and if I mention about the results of the experiment, the work quality of the indicators consider of that the capacity in main real time is almost 1 hectare hour And grain loss consisted, namely, grain loss was divided to two parts, namely in the combined header losses and the thresher units losses. When we analyze it, it was defined that the grain losses consisted of more than other parts of the combine, namely in the header of the combine, it consisted of 5.34%, and in the thresher unit of the combine, it consisted of just 0.7% grain loss. Grain cleanliness in the grain tank consisted of 95.9%. Almost, it means almost 96%. And however, the grain damage consisted 7.8%. It means we need to go on our research again in the future. So, and if I mention about conclusion, we can say that according to the results of experimental studies, grain harvester combines diameter 130 equipped with GPS receiver and grain level sensor was tested, and soybean harvesting showed that grain cleanliness in the grain tank is 95.9%, and the loss of grain in the combined thresher unit is 0.7%. However, the loss of the grain in the heater combined harvester is 5.34%. It's so also it should be also researched and developed in the future. And the grain damage is 7.8%, which is higher than the state's requirements. So therefore, further research will need to identify parameters and modes of operation that reduce the grain loss and the damage to combined harvester and the thresher. Of course, we think about these problems in the future. Of course, we'll go on this research. Thank you very much for your attention. My lecture has finished.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fazilov, for your presentation. So dear participants, if you have any questions related to the paper or presentation, unmute yourself and give your question to the presenter.
Hello, all participants. I am Kamil Astanakulov. I am Chief of Department Agricultural Missions, TMA. I am sorry I have meetings, that's why I don't participate at time in this conference. I did speak in English, that's why can I speak my information in Russian?
Yes, please, Dr. Astanakulov.
Уважаемые участники конференции, я очень рад. Всем благодарю. Это, которые презентовали наши презентации, это наша первая работа по GPS.
Microphone is должен
в одном проекте участвовали, первый раз работали с таким успехом, попробовали, как это все в цифровом режиме определит режим работы для большого комбайна. И этот комбайн значит, при уборке пшеницы, при уборке сои и при уборке ну, к сожалению, это устройство мощность у них не было высокое, но несмотря на это мы постарались получить данные и анализировать Я думаю, что мы будем дальше развивать. У кого есть опыт, у кого есть еще по этой работе практика, мы очень будем рады, если они с нами.
Thank you, Kamalake. Maybe you have some problem with the microphone that some participants couldn't hear well, some points. But yes, we should mention that you are working in such a precision agriculture and the application of GIS and remote sensing technologies in agriculture. And I would like to mention that at TIAME, we have a international master, like a joint master degree program in precision agriculture, which is doing with the US universities. So, and also some modules which are developed within NICOPA project are included to this precision agriculture joint master degree, double master degree program. So we wish you success heading this new program, precision agriculture. I hope we'll work together in near future as well. So dear participants, that was last presentation during for our conference. So as a last key points, I would like to share with you once more the so you can see the official website of the conference. Then you will get the all conference related information on this website. I will share the link of the website with you here on the chat window. You can access the website and get any related information, and moreover, all the presentations will be uploaded these days to the website of the conference. And as we mentioned many times, this conference has been organized within the Erasmus Plus Genghis project. You can see this is the project English website that I will put this link on the chat window, and you can find any project related information and the news, PR materials, and so on. You can find on this project website. And we have Uzbek version of the website, and the participants can find project related information in Uzbek language on this website as well. And as a dissemination or for the news or GIS related any information, any knowledge, we are posting on the Facebook group, which called Geoinformatics in Uzbekistan. So you can be member of this group, and you can find any geoinformatics related conferences, any knowledge and master classes, and so on. And the next point that I would like to mention that once more, our peer-reviewed selected papers have been published in the special issue, special volume of the Web of Conferences scientific journal. If you are interested in the papers in detail, you can go to this link and find the papers and read in detail. If you remember, before the conference, we disseminated a link with the small survey that I will share it with you on the chat. So after answering the questions on this small, just maximum 3 minutes questionnaire, you will get the result map, which shows our participants of our conference who are participating from which region of the world. We can see the most of them are participating from Tashkent. So during answering the questionnaire on the link, you can leave any comments related to our conference. For example, after this, we can see for example, the article of Nematullah from Tashkent Financial Institute. Actually, it's very good that we have participants from the other specialties. So on this map, you can find some small brief information about the participants of our conference. If you haven't answered yet to this questionnaire, then I put already on the chat window. You can answer the questions shortly, and you will get this very good generated map. Actually, I should mention that this map generated or developed by our first keynote speaker, academician, Professor Dr. Joseph Strobel. By using this chance, I would like to thanks to Professor Strobel for giving such suggestions, recommendations on organizations such online conference. And on the map, you can see that we have also participants from on the border between Afghanistan and Surkhandarya, Uzbekistan, and we have participants from Tajikistan, and also we have some participants from Nepal and from South Korea, and our students who are studying in the Hohai University in China, that commenting that I'm really happy to attend on this conference. Hope we will get a huge necessary information. Thank you, Behzad, for comment. I hope you got your point, your aim during our conference. And of course, there are participants who are participating from Germany, Austria, Hungary, in Ukraine, Czech Republic, and also from Morocco and Tunis. So thank you very much. And before giving the closing words to Professor Tahirjan Sultanov Zakirovich, I would like to thanks to all the keynote speakers, presenters, and the moderators of the sessions who are Max Hoffman, Mamanbek Raimov, Laurent Foldvary, Professor Joseph Strobel, Tolmasbek Boltaev, for moderating the sessions, and also special thanks to all the keynote speakers. We really appreciate that you accepted our invitation to give a keynote speech. I hope that our cooperation will continue in the next period. And I would like to thanks to the translators, Askar Jorayev and Shahadat Babakulova. And as I mentioned, the presentations will be uploaded to the conference website. And I would like to thanks to Akmal Muradov, who's the IT person, who's a host of the conference. And moreover, I would like to thanks to reviewers of our conference. I would like to mention about from IAMO, Max Hoffman, Daniela Pena Guerro, Florian Schirnhorn, Daniel Müller, Atabek Umurbekov, who were involved in the review process of the papers, and the next reviewers, peer reviewers from plus Salzburg University of Austria, Clemens Havas, Zahra Dabiri, Erika Blaschke, Omid Gorbanzadeh, Gudrun Valentin, Ainura Nazarkulova, Sabina Henik, Andres Hitutshin, Shahnavaz, and so on. And also, I would like to thanks to our chief editor of our conference, chief reviewer, the conference, the papers, is Dr. Laurent Folvary, coordinator of the Genghis project, and also the peer reviewers from Obuda University, who are Professor Bela Marcus, Professor George Bušić, Zoltan Tots, Gabor Molnar, Andrea Podor, Malgarzate Verone, Janos Katona, and Valeria Balasik. Thank you very much for your inputs. And also we have some, we have also peer reviewers from Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization engineers, who are Dr. Pulatov Bakhtior, Dr. Muhyiddin Juliev, I think it was nicely organized, this peer review process on the head of and the chief of Dr. Laurent Folvary. So from my side, that's it. That the last point I would like to kindly ask from the participants of our conference, I will disseminate, or I will send them feedback questions to all of you by email. Please take just 2-3 minutes and give your feedback to the questions on our conference. So for the closing marks, let me give the floor to the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation of the Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, Professor Dr. Tahirjan Zakirevich Sultanov. Dr. Zakirevich, the floor is yours.
Yana bir bor assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli konferensiya qatnashchilari. Geoaxborot tizim va texnologiyalari orqali barqaror rivojlanishni qo'llab-quvvatlash mavzusida onlayn konferensiya mana 27-29 yanvar kunlarida o'z ishini olib bordi. Ushbu konferensiyalarda plenar yig'ilishidan keyin mintaqaviy barqaror rivojlanishida geoaxborot tizimlari seksiyasida 3 ta ma'ruza, atrof muhitni muhofaza qilish sohasini boshqarishda geoaxborot tizimlarida 4 ta ma'ruza, dokladlar, qishloq xo'jaligida geoaxborot tizimlari 4 ta, geodezik jarayonlarda geoinformatika 3 ta, kadastr va yer tuzish sohasidagi yangi tendensiyalar va texnologiyalar bo'yicha 3 ta ma'ruza, geoinformatika sohasida kasbiy va masofaviy ta'lim hamda qishloq va suv xo'jaligini mexanizatsiyalash, avtomatlashtirishda geoaxborot tizimlari bo'yicha 4 tadan umumiy olganda 25 ta ma'ruza tinglandi va bulardan 7 tasi asosiy ma'ruzalar keynote speech tashkil etildi. Shuningdek, 4 ta maqola posterlar bilan ishtirok etdi. Konferensiyaning birinchi kunida 300 dan ortiq ishtirokchilar onlayn va Toshkent irrigatsiya va qishloq xo'jaligini mexanizatsiyalash muhandislari institutining asosiy zalida ishtirok etdi. 2 va 3 kunlarida demak 100 nafardan ortiq xorijiy hamkor do'stlarimiz mana shu O'zbekistondagi ilmga chanqoq yoshlarni ilmiy dokladlarini mana onlayn shaklda hammasini eshitdik. Endi bu konferensiyalarda asosiy maqsadi yangiliklarda bir-biri bilan almashishdan tashqari mana shu xalqaro doirada olimlarni bajarayotgan faoliyatida ko'prik bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Shuning uchun hozir institutimiz rektori Rustam Pardayevich boshqa tadbirda band bo'lganliklari uchun barcha ishtirokchilarni o'z nomidan, institut jamoasi nomidan rahmat aytib qo'yishimni, ayniqsa mana shu xorijiy hamkorlarga o'z minnatdorchiligini bildirib qo'yishimni yetkazdi. Shuning uchun konferensiya tashkilotchilari, xorijiy hamkor universitetlar, barcha respublikamizda yosh olim, iqtidorli yoshlariga mana shu konferensiyada faol ishtirok etganligi uchun minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Rahmat e'tiborlaring uchun.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Shu bilan birga tarjimon Asqar akaga, singlimizga ham alohida katta rahmat.
Thank you very much, Tahirjon Zakirovich, for your nice words on this closing ceremony. So, you know that in our conference participating lots of international experts, professors, also our project members, not only Genghis project and the Nicopa project members are participating as well. And as a last word, I would like to give to our participants from partner universities. If you have any comments, anything you would like to say for our conference, feel free to unmute yourself. The floor is yours. Professor Bela Marcus.
Thank you very much for organizing this very successful online conference. I counted number of participants, and one time at the beginning we had more than 200. So that's a very valuable result. Thank you for organizations, Professor Sultanov, Professor Umar Zakov, and maybe first of all, Ilhom Abdurrahmanov. It was really fruitful conference, and I was very glad to hear as a first keynote speaker Shukrat Shokirov, who was together with Ilhom our master student at University of West Hungary. So thank you very much. Let's continue cooperation.
Thank you very much, Professor Bela, for your wishes, kind words. And as a coordinator of the Genghis project, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Laurent Foldvary. Laurent, the floor is yours. Laurent, are you here? I think there is a technical problem. So, dear participants, is there anybody who would like to give the feedback or wishes for the participants? Feel free to unmute yourself, and the floor is yours. So I think that's all. I would like to thanks to all the participants of our conference who supported us and who listened to the all the presenters and who were with us during our conference. So as this year, this is the first online conference on geoinformatics, and we will not stop with this. We will continue organizing such kind of conferences, not only in Uzbekistan, but also in our Central Asian countries and also in European countries. And about this, we will disseminate the information about the organization, such kind of conferences on our websites and social media and so on. So I hope that our cooperation will continue and will be widened year by year. Thank you for your cooperation and see you in the next conferences. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Ilham. It was great conference. Can I give it?
Yes, please, Khurategui, yes. Still, our conference is open. If you have any wishes, any thing to say, feel free to say. Thank you very much, Khurategui, for your during our conference.
It was very, very fruitful, very interesting conference. I really enjoyed, especially talks, and also I saw professors from my home university, TIME, and also like I did my master's degree in the University of West Hungary, and also I'm here in Australia, but I'm very connected with all of you, and I really enjoyed to see the talks. Very interesting research ongoing. We still need lots of work to do, but it's a very and yeah, Professor Belo Marcus, thank you very much, and Professor Joseph Strobel, and also Uktem Pardayevich and Tohir Zakirovich. Yeah, thank you. And Professor Babajanov he's also here. I'm very happy to see you, and colleagues. Ilham, Mamambek, very well done. I enjoyed the talks. It was really good, and looking forward to see you all in GI 2020, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Khurategui, for your kind wishes. I hope we will meet personally very soon. I forgot something, that very important issue that I would like to mention, that and I would like to give the floor to one of the main persons of the conference organizers, national project manager of the Genius project, Mamambek Raimov. Mamambek, are you here?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Mamambek. Okay, maybe the technical problem again related to. Okay, there was a technical problem. So from Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agriculture Mechanization Engineers, Professor Babajanov Alabergan Ruzimovich, would you like to say something? to our participants and the partners. The floor is yours. Professor Babajanov Alabergan Rozimich, please unmute your microphone. Yes.
Yaktım. Mana 2-3 kundan beri bo'layotgan mana shu geoinformatika bo'yicha mutaxassisligi bo'yicha doktorantura dasturi asosidagi mana bu loyiha bo'yicha o'tkazilayotgan xalqaro anjuman juda qiziqarli, juda ilmiy jihatdan asoslangan, ilmiy maqolalar bilan boyigan, juda yaxshi biz bularni tingladik, ham o'zimiz ham ishtirok etdik. Men albatta birinchi navbatda mana shu ishtirokchilarga qolaversa G'arbiy Vengriya universitetidan mana professor Bela Markusga mana shu konferensiyada ishtiroki uchun o'zimni minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Kafedramiz nomidan, o'zim nomidan. Qolaversa o'zimizni talabamiz bugungi kunda Avstraliya mana universitetda ishlayotgan tadqiqotchi olim mana shu Shuhrat Shokirovga mana ko'p salomlar yo'llayman. Ishlardan muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Bundan tashqari mana Avstriya Salzburg universitetining professori o'zimiz qadrdon mana Joseph Strobelga ham men o'zimni minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Albatta bizni mana shu birgalikda qilayotgan mana bunday ishlarimiz, loyihalarimiz va shu asosda mana tashkil etilayotgan xalqaro bunday konferensiya albatta bizni yanada ham birga jipslashtiradi, ilmiy tadqiqotlar olib borishda va respublikamizda mana shunday yangi yo'nalishlarda, yangi mana bu ixtisosliklarda o'qish va ilmiy ishlarni olib borishda bizga juda ham asqotadi, bizga kerak bu narsa albatta. Shuning uchun hamma mana shu tashkilotchilarga, qolaversa institutimiz rahbariyatiga mana shu ajoyib konferensiyani tashkil etishda mana men juda katta minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Bundan keyingi nimalarda yana shu bundan ham yaxshiroq qatnashib mana shu o'zlarimizni yaxshi ilmiy ishlarimiz bilan ishtirok etaveramiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you very much, Professor Babajanov, for your very kind words. So next floor is given to Genghis Project National Manager Mamanbek Raimov. Mamanbek?
I would like to emphasize my great thanks for all participants. And I think this conference was done in good order. Moreover, I'd like to emphasize that thanks to our partner universities, professors from, especially to Abu Dhabi University, Professor Belamar.
Okay, again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not well. Yes. Sorry, Mamanbek, we cannot hear you well. That's why let me give the floor to the Laurent Folvary, the project coordinator.
Thank you, Ilham. I also would like to thank for all participants or presenters of this conference. I think this conference has proved that the competence development which has been defined in this project really had impact on the GI community. Basically, I think that several very valuable presentation has been heard in this conference, and also I think that it was a very nice that more and more colleagues was doing their presentation in English, which is part of the internationalization perspectives, which is definitely important for the Uzbek society. So generally, I think we had a nice and quite informative and quite effective project. So I really would like to thanks for all presenters. I would like to thanks for the organizers, definitely, particularly to Ilham Abdurrahman for his contribution to this conference. And last but not least, I would like to thank for the participants who have been attended the conference, usually in quite high numbers. So thank you for everyone for this conference.
Thank you very much, Laurent, for your nice words. Okay. Anybody?
May I say Ilham something?
Yes, Khudaberda, please. Yeah, Khudaberda, your maybe your internet is not so well.
My internet, yes. Just a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Now we can hear you.
I would like also to say to all participants, the next conference, I hope we will meet face to face. During my presentation, I forgot to say thank three special thank for three people, Dr. Laurent Foldvari, Dr. Professor Strobel and Sabine Hennig. They gave a lot of comments during my paper, and I wish good luck to all participants for in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khudaberda. And by using this chance, at the end, not least, I would like to thanks to management of the Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, our rector, Professor Dr. Uktam Umurzakov Bardayevich, and also our vice rectors, Professor Mirzayev Bahadir Suyunovich, Professor Tahirjan Zakirevich Sultanov, and also for supporting us, I would like to thanks to Dean of the Faculty of Land Management, Dr. Sharafiddin Kengeshevich Narbayev, and the Head of Departments, Kasimjan, Dr. Rahmanov, Kasimjan Rahmanovich, Dr. Rustam Oymatov, and Professor Alabergan Rozimovich for their continuous support of our project. Moreover, special thanks to our brothers who really supported us in the organizational issues of the conference, who are Akbar Zohir Abdurrahmanov, Jawahir Niyazov, Zohid Mamatkulov, Giosjon, and Khudoyberdi Abdulwayitov. Thank you for your continuous support. And also Rashid Jakshibayev, who helped us during organizing such conference. With this, I would like to close the conference. Thank you very much for participating. See you in the next events.
See you.
And thanks for your wishes in the chat that we are receiving now. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye to everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye. See you next time, GI 2022.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Bella. See you.
Marcus Bella, we are waiting you.
You are writing me?
Waiting for you.
We're waiting.
Okay. I am here online. But hopefully we can meet personally in Tashkent. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Bella. Goodbye.